I forgot I still had a background on. Ah! Hang on, let me fix that.
A train and a train.
I'm very eepy. So rainbow burr.
Hello, Bazooka.
Hello, Bazooka. Hello, Weebalorian. How is everyone today? I am doing great. We are going to read visual novels today, known as Limbus Company. And we're gonna do some catch up. We gotta do the mirror dungeon. We have story to catch up on. As you can see, we still haven't done any of it, so we got a lot to catch up on. A lot. So yeah. Alright, I don't know where to start. There's a lot to do today. Should I just do story first? Yeah, I think that's what everyone wants. We'll just start with story. I like reading story. After all, who doesn't love a good story? Looks like there's a lot of fighting going on and graphs, and we'll find out. I don't know. I don't know anything about this part of the story. It's been a minute. Oh, we need all 12. Okay. Let's do... Oh yeah, there's a new level cap now, so it's up to 55. So I gotta level everybody. Everyone's gotta get leveled. Ugh, I'm not looking forward to that. I need a stretch. I literally just woke up and I'm like, I want to stream since I didn't stream yesterday. So here we are.
Sounds about right.
I look beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damn imbeciles! What is the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Boss had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies. Yet concerned I was that not to dispose swiftly of the fall that would. I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in the battle without my command. No. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, you get your genius order. Your genius order was how the last's head ended up dangling on from 1/4 of a neck. Ahem. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not. How befitting of a hero to perish in place of her compatriot. Donkey! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, you're doing it wrong, but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continue to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. Had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. RIP. Don Quixote died. Everyone died. Everyone's fucking dead. I like this music.
죄인인가?
Let's go. Bing. Staggered.
엎드리도록. 으타! 더 먹어치워라.
You had no blood count, bro. I'm sorry, I did not mean to notice that. Make myself smaller. Keela, make yourself smaller. That way it doesn't take too much up of the screen. I just noticed that they're replicas of ourselves. Interesting.
나아가주게.
I wonder that the story was to make fun of the people who haven't leveled their regular sinners, because these are all like their alter forms, so like it makes me wonder if like that was to make fun of the fact that the normal sinners themselves aren't leveled.
Yeah. I mean, surely by now they probably know, right?
Yeah.
Like the game buffs. People always do the challenge too.
Nobody plays the original sinners generally. This is a oh, it is. They can ego. This is bad. None of my sinners can ego. Well, that's a problem. Oh, hello, Rita. Hello, Strider Felix. Hi.
Strider, hello.
How are you, Raiders? Hello, welcome, Raiders. What were you all up to? What were you playing? Strider Raid! Strider Raid! Let's go! Hello! Hello, Raiders! My name is Clover Shikamori, and I am a succubus dragon. And today we are playing Limbus Company. What were you all playing with Strider? What were you all playing? Tell me all about it. I can't move as I usually do. It's terrible. Keela, fix it.
What do you mean? You look fine.
What were you all up to? We are gonna beat this game off.
Yeah, you reminded me that I need to eat, Strider. Our food's almost done soon.
You haven't eaten. You need to eat.
Right here. Dinner's almost ready.
Felix Raid was messing around on MGS. What is MGS? Magnesium?
Metal Gear Solid 3? You're playing Metal Gear Solid 3?
I'm like, what is that?
Oh, wow.
What's Metal Gear Solid?
Right, okay, solid. Snake point.
Oh, snake.
무기를
Yeah.
만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Snake is very popular. Snake?
Yeah. Honestly, it's such a good game, and you would love the plot.
Really?
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's one of the best plots of all time.
끝을 낼 시간이다.
Oh my gosh, I hate being not able to move around as much. I feel like I'm in a cast.
You say that, but you're moving just fine.
I want to dance. I want to wiggle. I can't wiggle.
Wiggly.
나아가주게.
That RuneScape music's making me wiggle.
Well, I can't hear the RuneScape music.
But you're not supposed to. You're supposed to hear the Limbus music.
I'll cry guaranteed.
Yeah, you probably will cry. It's actually crazy.
That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of earlier years in my career. Thanks. Whew, got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would ask Mersault for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really wanted to get into it, we could trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Oh no, it really was Gregor's request! Sure there was, not that it would have made any difference. Because, like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Egregious? Egregious? I don't even think I...
Egregious stretching.
Egregious? I don't know how to say that word.
It's a new thing.
I've never heard of that word before. Hello, Eppies!
Hello, Abby's. Good morning.
Good morning.
오랜 목마름도
Hello to you
어버이를
too.
향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
Oh.
That
Wow!
doesn't-
That sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Oh, I think you're dying, Gregor. Huh? What do you mean? You can't. That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages, Sin. Oh, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind your time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Will I be trying Persona 5 and Phantom X next month? The free-to-play? No. Maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. I'm thinking no, because I'm so behind on everything still. Like, I'm busy with all these other games. But I will try and make time for it. I will try. I will slap it into the calendar. I will slap it into the calendar somewhere, and that will be the day I play it. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Hung Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were all gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? Hong Lu's like, it's time to rip the band-aid off. We can make fun of Don Quixote because she's actually a hag. Aha! It must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's just not to concern thyself with. Be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot! That's my designated seat. You're planting your arson. I'll whack ya. Oh, on the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can sing. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company, unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel. I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right now, that's over with. Let's all shut up and keep the chin wag to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainous dickish to me. Anyway, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by the big body of water. Contextually, clues suggest that he is making a request for vacation. Yup, absolutely, yup. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. You still have expectations for our employers? Aha! I recall the young Mersault had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? I have astute knowledge of my major muscle groups and the nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following the massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus, understood it was the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy, the most infallible mythology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius. Yes, I knew that this day would come eventually. The day is here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn time, a certain degree of exacerbation fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What? What could it possibly be that needs this much buildup? In other words, it is time for Limbus companies. Dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it for myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us on how things worked about outside of Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rodeo. Ah, I did hear some of the fixer officers or associations of varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues is the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkups you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkups, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measure of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge of analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable knowledge for officers to have on hand. What's soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that doesn't explain shit about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? But by your parlance, true authority. Could it be that you were questioning whom among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But this was not always a topic of great contention among us. That which of us is most fit to command the squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? Or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, underprepared, as always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and lives for the sake of glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell upon us, a hung loose, succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it, I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fists are used to being bloody infamous back in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, isn't this... Okay, so where are we off to? Battle Roy... excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinner seemed to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Fawcett obviously long given up to correcting them. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest, yet my heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where is the headquarters anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not gonna tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mistopheles? You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fie! I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness, or due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure mid-passage through the fame may behoove us to bid the company of our last farewells embark on an untimely departure of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Then I'd rather take the bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made yet modifications to the back door? A close assessment, however, would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and FOSS established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between their travels to garner multiple coordinations efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It's a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. What? Oh my gosh. That was a perfectly timed jump scare, Baggy. What? W Corp? W Corp is failing? Oh, because of the trains, I bet.
Yeah, likely. And they have like crazy shit to regulate it.
That's true, yeah. They have to hire so many people to regulate the trains because things like, what happened in Limbus Company? Like Love Town, actually happens, like, regularly. So they have to hire employees to stop them from doing that.
There's also those freaky leaky rift monsters that come out and just kill everybody.
Yep. And then there was also the blood bags and vampires that live on the train, like Don Quixote, blood fiends. There's that worry as well. It is that is crazy though. W Corp is failing. W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, it makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featuring op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplement a wing before it even falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have a scheme perhaps in the work to ally with such ambitious parties that is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles at both internal and external, having fallen to such desperations as to seek assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, insufficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another, a portal, if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or, in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as if they were traversing between doors. There's been much progression in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing what the fuck is this word? Pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, very well. Oh, well. This idle chatter is unnecessary. Concern tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Ahem. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows, though. How tiresome. Not the bus. They're not gonna let us see where we're going. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. Is this... Assistance from P Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young Sarah, are you? Hoy day! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Worry thee not, for thou'st have availed us the sights of Limbus Company's headquarters. Thy tit hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for why you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as would be fruitless efforts to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew, glad we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, there are several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought up upon frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why do you say that if you were gonna explain all that anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P Corp singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Sarah told you something about how principle of P Corp's singularity is a lot like how La Mancha works? Right. La Mancha land was much on the inside than it looked on the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kind of space-expanding singularities? It's... how should I put this? Isn't it a bit mundane of a city technology for P Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That's quite the intelligent question. Compliments. How nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansive technology, but isn't a P Corp singularity, would be Mistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have such a sound structural integrity of no matter what, its interior safe from all and any harm. Therefore, the more expansive P Corp's product is, the safer its interior from damaging outside conditions, such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from this outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact. Not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. So is it similar to like Shelter of 27, the weird Shelter of March 27th? Is it similar to that then? That was like a abnormality per se, but I guess it would be something similar to it. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sink? Why you all freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Diviat Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second, and a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story's just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to Hana and Deviat's association rule to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they were packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument as expected? As I expect, that would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company's headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here developed using P Corp and the aspirant W Corp's technology will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave a firm clarification. Activating now. Foss tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energy Snellinked are routing towards that gate. When Gosh displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Foss made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with no droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to Limbus Company's headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I heard heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It's the floor of the LCE department. This place looks really familiar. LCE? Hopefully we're proudly striding through the HQ's front gate one day. This looks like Limbus Company. I'm getting PTSD a little bit.
Yes, it's check up desu time. Check up desu. No, it's check up time. Check up time. We're checking up with retro time.
No. But yeah, we're reading the story. Hohenheim. Hohenheim.
Here be foodie break. I haven't eaten breakfast and you're eating breakfast? Bruh. Get on my level.
Get on my level. Alright, fighting time. Finally. Gonna get some tests underway.
Bouncy. Yeah.
Somehow like, what? How? How did I toggle these eyes? I don't know how to re-toggle. I'm gonna fix that. You know what? Fuck it. There we go. There we go. Who the fuck is this weirdo? Well, this is awkward. Right. Are we waiting for something to happen, or are we suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher at this company.
To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department.
To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. I'm gonna give him an obnoxious voice, just because he's a nerd.
To be even more precise, the only reason he retains the role is because Yi Song and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our status as sinners.
Interesting.
Someone must stay behind and continue the research after all.
Aha! So you two are friends?
While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label of this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another.
I even agree. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup.
The nature of LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult to for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail.
Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over, like answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Centers. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying.
The manager extends their greetings.
Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking to the same language. So I do commiserate. They're cute! Look at them! Wait a second. I know these outfits. This is the Firefly outfit.
How odd. The clothes are...
Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Elisa, two of the researchers directly in my command. They're adorable, though. Are they wedging gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? While there are particularly similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add.
While the news of the productions of Eagle Gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person.
So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions and peticula too.
Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE's department as well.
Plus closely observed the Ego's gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest.
Apart from the few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable.
Input appreciated. This is a production of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequently failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you?
We're used to it.
Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment.
Boss also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin.
Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, did he just press something? Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Sharon. What the hell is this This is just an ambush! Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and responses in case of an attack. So ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with the flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Sharon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me, Faust, once this is over. Bruh. Sharon
wants cake too.
Oh, hey, we got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Sharon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. So this definitely is a lobotomy corp then. Blue Gregor, true. I didn't think of him like that. Well, no.
Ambush.
야의 고통. 기다려. 편히 쉬시게. 정든 그대를 기릴 테니. 나아가주게.
뭐가 쏘라. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Staggered. And now dead.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
I think Faust herself is... Yeah, hers is... They moved it down to 3? I thought it was 4. Wait, so they buffed it then? Interesting. I thought it was 4 all this time. Yeah, it really is. That's interesting. Oh, it's probably because if she's on the field, it's 4.
죄인인가?
I was thinking of the whistles, not her actual passive. Well, no.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
정든 그대를 기릴 테니.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지. 대가리 딱 떼고. 평을 오는 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나. 따뜻. 실밥이 터졌네. 무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
But it looks like they're pretty organized. So then, what led to them being really disorganized throughout that whole first cutscene?
대가리 딱 떼도.
I guess just for story's sake, they didn't do well. Question mark?
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니
영원히 잠들어라.
Dante's not allowed to help them in here or something, so the sinners are gonna unga boonga. True. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pentacula Infidele.
Hark, Manager Esquire! Hi-ho! I have attained a score most perfect!
To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge, must I delve further into my studies? Hey, Sung Bud, they were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh?
Totally honestly, she's gonna have more than enough fixer fixation for the entire bus.
Y'all should have been listening to her lectures. She was teaching you all. She was teaching. Should have been listening. It's not like she was stupid, but y'all chose not to listen. All kinds of knowledge, general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody hell. This ain't easy.
Your leadership style is...
Strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are Mersault? We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then were all those tests you guys were running on us?
They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalize on this opportunist to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was a very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some basic tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here.
What, like this? They want a height check. I think how Rhodey is just like, this looks like prison, bro. Let's get this over with. We got a long day ahead of us. So Mersault's the tallest. Don Quixote... Wait, Sinclair is shorter than Don Quixote, or are they the same height? Sinclair is shorter than Don Quixote? Her puffy face is really cute. Looks like we got a long day ahead of us. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right. I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. Oh, is this the hoodie? Is this to promote their merchandise? The hoodie that they released? That's smart! I still want this hoodie. Oh, I want this hoodie. Oh, they came out like 3 months before the hoodie? Well, it's probably to promote it, still. I mean, like, it's still like a good way to promote the hoodie. Hoodie. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think you can buy it. I think we have to go through a proxy to buy it for us. Yeah, you have to go through a proxy because it's only in. You have to go in person to buy it. So yeah, you have to go in person to Korea to get the hoodie. Sag. Unless somebody lists it on like eBay or something, probably. I'm actually curious. I do really want that hoodie one day. It's really cute. Yeah, I'm looking at it. People looks like they're selling it for about 160-ish. Yeah, that's to be expected. Right, I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started. I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know. Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Marcel can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid, should you request it.
Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now, don't you worry.
Please stand still. If you can't think of something on your tiptoes, you'd be wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground?
Fee.
Yep, shoes on her tippy toes. And can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one ain't lit. It's just there so I can look cool.
Uh-huh. And what about... Behold, but scram.
Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures.
You got 2 of them already right behind you if you need directions.
Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course, there is much that distinguishes these 2 companions. I would like for one of you to be my assistant during the duration of the checkup. Rhodia suddenly raises her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor.
Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibe, you know? I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of hairstyle.
Rhodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers.
What are you doing?
I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless.
I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting.
Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting 2 smart asses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the task of the class president and what's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, If you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenure at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, I can add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters. Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask to move because you were standing in front of the center I chose. Damn. Damn. No. Don't do my girl Ishmael like that. Bruh. Bruh. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but... what? But... why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It's a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for a friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and a passionate approach of yours gives you more than a sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, you sang. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yusang replied with a particularly downcast look. I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do? Nothing too complicated. You need only liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha, I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice only I could hear. Are you sure? I don't think this is gonna go well now. I don't think this is gonna go well at all. My good sir.
착각하지 마라. 해파, 거태. 내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에
Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohen. Look at Heathcliff! I didn't even realize it! Look at the outfit! He's wearing the cute hoodie! I didn't even notice it! Oh my gosh, I just noticed it. Look at his hoodie! Oh my gosh, I want the hoodie. I need the hoodie now. Oh my gosh, that's so cute! Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. What, aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? Wait, is she blushing? Is she blushing? She's totally blushing! She's totally blushing! Look at that! Hold on, let me zoom in. Look at that! She is blushing! She likes him! She likes him! Let's go! Ishmael Heathcliff! Shippers unite! Let's fucking go! Ah! Ah! Ryusho. Look. Hello, Stella! Look! Look, Stella! Ishmael's blushing! Yeah! What the? go give Stella a treat. I think she's freaking out a little bit because I just... She is blushing. Let us feast. Let us feast. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are a basic apparatus of all researchers. I like how everyone's wearing glasses now. Looks slightly pushing up on the glasses helps put on the air of a studious and learned individual like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating a more profound aspect of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? God damn. Oh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see, on a basic level, how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. Oh. I see, so they're trying to see how much they progress since before they joined the company? I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sitters. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was, consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. And I've come to sometimes allow my mind to form befitting, or bereft of rigorous reason. Floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Ah, okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh, look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try and prove it to us. Because the enemies we were fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know? A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us have gotten a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of hearts to hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the, to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt word of choice. Oi, to take take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're really not that much stronger than I am, huh?
Wow, Sync. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether?
That's it, you bloody Excuse me, I need to know why that's happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into the contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of a golden bow is through connection. You are all now fairly evenly and equally mediocre. Hohenheim's comment and subsequent stare seems a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to a killful deterrents employed by the lobotomy corporations. So the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company.
Art thou implying that thou hast always known?
Of course. Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe the floor with doormats? Man, we're so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? Huh. So that's why my murderous arm has been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Very good. Boy, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet not all of the golden bow's effects must have been detriment to us. These things started to carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Oh no! Was it not the advantages granted to us by the golden bows impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed?
What? Really?
Correct.
Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it's highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Although it can be said that the diminishing effects was not applied in equal measures across all affected subjects.
It makes sense, I guess.
I never could have knocked Heathcliff out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sync. It's a really handy trick, you know?
Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the golden bow.
Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies.
Oh, so that explains Ryushu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at T-Corp Factory. Heh, wouldn't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have all indeed progressed since the boarding, then average must have risen as well. One, the purpose of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is there going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. Ah. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spend some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each tester, each sinner of the LCB.
That's pretty tough. I'll have you guys know.
Tailored test for each sinner. Huh. I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the particula and the distortion phenomenon.
Huh. It doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown.
Right? Honestly, for all their talk, thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter. Now, get in there. Oh, it's just 2. Oh. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, we'll do that.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Let's see first. First one on the block. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you there, inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed towards Hung Lu and Sinclair. Hello. 1, 2. Testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Peticula are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be fighting the Peticula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Are these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods. So what's the holdup now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories, even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3. Colleagues. Hong Lu is practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. Ah, but the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you can consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back for what it stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually? Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Peticula projected onto this glass panel. The lecture has been prepared with the assumption that it is students that have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Peticula, and as far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Peticula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. Where didst thou utter a little muttering of so far at least? At the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Peticula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such an arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many Peticula to be covered today is Peticula irae, red Peticulum of wrath. The nature is fire, is born to burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Hanu. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay. I did enjoy a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. Lamau.
Hello, Blazing Fox.
I'm doing good. I should have taken a different boy.
적출할게요. 좋아. 가져가라. 좋아. 에잇! 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
Yeah, same.
Hi, Radish.
적출할게요. 완전히 녹아내렸네.
Win rate.
적출할게요.
I don't think I did that right. We'll have
불길
Hanu
속으로.
take all the damage. This is the tank.
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 좋아, 가져가라. 적출할게요. 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Delicious.
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 가져가라. 에잇! 자, 완전히 녹아내렸네.
You won't get anxiety. You'll find a job, Hanjo, I believe. Boy, it's this fucking thing.
적출할게요.
Wait, what? Why did I hit him? What? Oh my lord.
적출할게요.
Oh lord. I need to lose it because I need him to get back up. Fuck.
불길 속으로.
YOLO. Let the read of this map.
숲의 발을 들일 때는 조심했어야죠. 결국 앰플이
Oh, that's bad.
아주 입대고
I think Lou died.
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 다 죽어라. 이 정도면
Anyway, then did the EX clear?
그녀에게도 인정받겠어.
Yeah, my problem is I don't have any other people leveled. I need to figure out what they align with and then just base it off of that. I could have done Blade, but what is this anyway? Blaze. Oh, critical damage. Okay. Pierce fragility. Ooh. Okay, this would actually be really broken. Because then I could merge this with Sync, Sync Association Sinclair.
지위를 받는 건
That'd be really broken.
오랜만이네요.
Okay, so I'll do that. I'll level up other Honglu later.
원하신다.
Okay, we need to change this. I think we have Rupsh. We really need to level our characters. Oh boy. We'll just do that. Mersault. Oh, Mersault's in here too. Yeah, I'll take a little brother. Do we have it? Yeah, we do.
형님과 누님들을 위해
This is either gonna go so well or oh so bad.
하우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Pediculum Pigridite Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that is all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there's no better symbol for sloth than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Oh, hey, Gregor's like, I'm not old yet. Don't count me out just yet. Alright, let's do this. Oh.
그쪽 그 죄인인가?
Rocks.
된다면 사활을 건다.
Like ripping.
끝낸다.
또한 용서할 테니. 상담은 나중으로 하지. 지금은 그럴 여유가 없군. 그쪽도 죄인인가?
육적 살을 베어내고 살을 베어내고
영원히 잠들어. 영원히 잠들어.
I just noticed that we're supposed to beat them within a turn limit.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
육적
That's gonna be fun. I'm definitely not gonna beat this. Oh boy.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 피를
Nice.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아.
Fox knows all outcomes. Does she really?
정화.
That's bad.
죄인인가?
Yeah, we only have one turn to beat this thing. I don't think we're beating this thing.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아.
It's now weird.
고회는 나중에.
Oh look, it's the return of that thing.
The return of that thing.
Yeah, it's on the train, remember?
Oh. No, I don't remember it. Wait, how does the ego not beat it? What? That's so weird. Okay.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
수인가?
Damn. This thing is not gonna be fun to deal with.
정화.
감내해야 할 고통.
So wait a minute. This is a branch of Elkhart?
We don't know where this is actually. They didn't tell us.
Interesting.
We're not privy to such knowledge.
정화. 깨어라.
Nice.
육참
Claim thy bones. Gregor's about to die. That's great.
That's not good.
된다면 사활을 본다.
I think it's not with the pierce.
Yeah.
I think it's
Only place
slash.
that's pierceable is the eyeball, right? So I'm surprised it wouldn't be smashed because it's like a rock formation.
Probably a smash.
You can't see until you've had him a couple times, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's ineffective to all of it.
I see. So you need to use
I need gluttony.
gluttony.
Okay, so I need green. Like, yeah, Gregor stuff. I know which skin I was supposed to bring here.
Is that the cockroach Gregor has a lot of green, right?
Yeah. Well, that's not good. Gregor's gonna die.
Arcorp, Heathcliff has a lot of green to it.
Yeah.
정화.
But we can't bring Heathcliff. Or, it's not Heathcliff.
How many turns were you supposed to kill it?
Oh, I had to kill it in 9 turns. 3 stages in 9 turns. It was. I know what skins I was supposed to bring though, because I didn't.
잠깐의 목마름을 이루며 승리에 취해 갈증을 채우는
Yeah, I'm not doing too well with these missions. Don't know up here, it's interesting.
That's kind of how the ultimate lobotomy corp worked. You had to rerun it to like learn it.
Yeah, you have to rerun it.
So it's kind of, in a way, it's kind of nice because you get more gameplay out of it.
I'm pretty sure it's to help fill up people's books.
Yeah. Otherwise, the book system would be pretty useless. I don't see it as a bad thing, unless you're like really time constrained, but you shouldn't be.
Now we have Heathcliff, Dulcinea.
그러든가.
Barber.
나를 불렀나?
Wait, what are we fighting though? Do we even know? Oh, it's this. It's fatal to pride.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Miney, and hi, Radish.
Hello, Marnie. Hello, Triple.
Yeah. And Triple.
Pride. Okay, so if I had our Corp Heathcliff leveled up, I would have been able to bring him, but I don't think that's gonna be the case.
Yeah. Our corpse is really strong story-wise.
한 피가 떨어질 때군.
You here for the boo? The boo what?
The what? Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with the cessation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looks up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these petaculum? Why don't we lump them together like how you've paired us up sinners?" Huh. Running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol if you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but we sometimes must allow our complaints and swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. Make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these peticula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted as system. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefit of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah?
Yeah, Otis, come on.
This very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well then, allow me to explain peticula moroticis, gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder it becomes to rise. The pressure suffocates you all from directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, while you find its futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that the constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? No, I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just didn't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's alright to go now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Let's go. It's time to fight. Bro.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
It's obvious to say what are my favorite characters. All my favorite characters are.
내 피분수.
속에서 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
이쁘네. 네 피분수. 이쁘네. 네 피분수.
안심해라. 고통은 없어. 격발. 안심해라. 고통은 없어.
Defeat the enemy before they self-detonate. Oh. Interesting. They self-detonate? I don't remember that.
고귀하게.
직접 밝혀주마.
일발 장전.
고귀하게.
격발.
Nice shot.
풍 속에서 막아둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주마. 비명을 질러라.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Nice suit. I probably should have used Rodian's ego there, but that's fine. Looks like a giant shrimp. Let's do that.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
직접 밝혀주마.
The festival will end.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
It evaded my ult. What the fuck? That's not good.
일발 장전.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Oh, it exploded. Whoops. We were supposed to kill it before it did that. Fuck.
와일드 헌트야. 더 앞으로. 막아서는 것들도 이 행렬에 녹여낸다.
These are so hard.
우리 분노의 끝에 닿을 때까지.
I'm doing so bad.
고래를
I'm doing so
자,
fine too.
대골바가지랑 거미 대가리.
I'm so
부드럽게.
sad. Well, I only have 2 characters leveled, so yeah. I guess we're gonna take those.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
I really need to play this game more.
This is unexpected.
I need to play this game more. Like, way more. This is proving me that I need to play this game way more. Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. With Ryushu? Let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem with this time, Ryushu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd rather much watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, just quite the pickle. Boy, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to a razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I've been clear about this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Peticulum suberi. Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbols of technology and the vector of humanity's all-time ultimate purpose. The wheels in boundless pride rolls in and on in stretch of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains a caring for the fleshes it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? He can get that anything done by sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It off trailblazes or those who have never tasted failure. Huh. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is luxure, lust. Moving on, just like that, huh? The meaning of peticulum luxure, lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that, yes. An obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that, while the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding. To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others on into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, seek to express of that. Such things are lust as well. Not bad, I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There's never any deader. Admit it, Heathcliff, all that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. Oh my god, she's just mocking poor Heathcliff.
Yeah, she's going in.
Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. We're already gonna fail that probably.
대가리 딱 대도. 하! 으타! 더 먹어치워라. 하! 으타! 더 먹어치워라. 하! 앞차! 나를 보호해라. 대가리 딱 떼고. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리겨졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
먹기 좋게 찾아졌지 않나.
선원들, 나를 보호해라. 대가리 딱 떼도. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리겨졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 헷! 저놈을 추적해. 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
내가 알아서
쉴 때는
처리한다.
없다.
I'm not gonna waste good skills on somebody
총원
that's starting.
불격.
I killed like one turn.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을
What the
선원들
fuck?
나를 보호해라.
I don't remember these tall boys. Oh my god.
They're like the mutated form from Encore.
Yeah.
딱 떼고.
Those are definitely the things from Encore.
지금이다. 대골바가지 거미 대가리. 자! 저놈을 추적해. 으쌰! 선원들 나를 보호해라.
I always thought that the wheelie looking ones were funny.
Yeah, the wheelie ones are always really funny and silly looking.
I think they're weak against Smash.
Makes sense.
총원 불격. 항상 지켜보고 있었지.
Yeah. Lots of damage.
먹기 좋게 찾아졌지 않나.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 선원들 나를 보호해라. 대가리 딱 떼고. 자! 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을
We
반복한다.
actually beat this.
쉴 새는 없다.
Look like that.
착각하지 마라.
Yep.
해.
Wow. The
거.
one I didn't have problems with was the two
내 놈들
characters
덕분에
that
내가 강해진 게
I
아니다.
don't really have the
내가
characters
강하기에
leveled
내 놈들을
in.
휘두르는 거지.
Wow. Okay. Thanks, game. Oh. Oh boy. This a new one with
책임은 모두
oh
관리인가
my two favorite
난
people.
죽음 충도 먹자
Two of my favorite sinners.
관념 봉인
Yes, I have my favorites.
There Verily now is the time for young Yi-sung and I to face the test.
The nature of our trial should take form as particular in vide. I assume that we have a first-hand experience with static shocks?
Oh, does static shock have aught to do with envy?
Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does.
I ill comprehend thine explanations.
Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote. You have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I right?
Verily, I should be second to none if were my passion for them to be measured.
Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are part of the excited queue.
Oh, indeed I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed.
Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you to receive your autograph.
Heck! Alas for woe! Fate plays such a cruel jest in my pitiful soul.
Now, do imagine what sort of emotion you would feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed.
Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh!
You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chin wag and get in there.
Verily! Then onward to new adventure!
Then I shall follow.
Squeeze the creature! The creature is here.
We're already struggling right off the bat. Oh boy. Okay, so we need to really think this through. Okay, so this is you saying. They're all attacking me saying. Yeah, they're all attacking me saying. There's nothing I can do.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게.
Rip Don Quixote.
쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
따뜻한
Each unit defeats the pentaculum that has taken the shape once. Oh. Don Quixote was supposed to kill Don Quixote, I see. Oops. I already failed this. I didn't read that. That's fine.
꿰뚫려라.
That's fine. They were too easy anyways, eyes. But I suppose that means Don Quixote should be fighting Don Quixote and Yi-sung should be fighting Yi-sung.
가족을 위해
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
따뜻. 엎드리도록 쏟아내.
There we go.
잠든 그대를 기릴
Nice.
테니.
We should have been able to complete it that way.
한 자루는 죽어 떠난 자에
Yep,
대한
we did it.
축하를.
Yay, easy.
한 자루는 목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한 엄숙한 애도를.
Easy.
장미는
Stay
이상을
within 10 turns.
끝내겠소.
Okay. Becky Fallon. We're out of Becky Fallon. Well, we have boxes to use. Yes. We're at half. Oh. No. Use one more box, I guess. Or I'll just let it charge up. I'll just let it charge up. That's fine. We cannot deploy. Okay.
자, 해골 바가지랑 거미 대가리 부드려 패러 간다.
So Sinclair will have to be our damage dealer. And Ryusha. Oh? Think about this. Isang.
관리인가?
자,
Ryushu.
해골 바가지랑
Dos.
그러든가.
나를 불러
일인가요?
고래를 향해.
밧줄 단단히 묶어라. 원하신
고래를 향해.
화점을
언제든지요.
Here we go. Ryusha do that.
수 있기를.
The foundation that led this disaster was laid by none other than Isang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometimes, after we ran our final tests, please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Ah, apologies, Miss Don Quixote as ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. This shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Ah, yet 'twere quite the hideous excess, and sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote's freeing herself from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare to sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed towards Miss Frost, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. We're gonna fight Don Quixote again. That's why Don Quixote isn't a part of this. We have to fight Don Quixote again? Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
Well, interesting.
And Frost's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation.
I cannot know.
What?
An obvious outcome given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well, then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab, too, where we're all gonna get another chance to do like that. This course of action is highly inadvisable.
Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did.
But that's... 'Twas was but an independent decision called upon by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had not to do with my will. Well, you know, potato. I'm sort of quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Beyond that, thou shalt treat a person such as I like some useless shell? What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, the test would be meaningless if all we're measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during the incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself with unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even an abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave a half-only completed test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? Ah, and for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome: N.A. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dear Rocinante deserves a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Faust said we're gonna fire your ass! Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisang will be ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be ready. Behold me with not such excessive anticipation, all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins untying her shoes, seething. The seven-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty, young Ishmael. Wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. Ah, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For the sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we all thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Manchelan? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuality. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin echoing in my head. They are the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct-given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred has ever existed in the past. Kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink, I must. Dante? Dante? Wake up!
Ain't this a lot like the last time that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I have to. Gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's try to at least quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it. Have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, Isang. Isang, shoes! Shoes! Get those shoes back on her feet. Cannot abuse you. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxurious cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus paid. These readings are incredible. So much power, human estate. That is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. So we're quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of our curiosity. Oh, fucking hell. God.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
Clever, don't hurt her.
Oh god, I'm struggling here. This is not good.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
This could be bad.
아차! 기대해라.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
Oh boy. Okay, so doesn't this mean that technically she's now the first kindred because she had to kill her father? This means that she is the first kindred now.
Assuming that she's not an outcast? Yeah, pretty much.
Because she could now take on all of their lust.
Unless, unless the blue, what was it? The blue jacket guy has something to do with it?
Maybe. Wow, Ryushi won that.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
오, 머리 좋던 상태. 방금 완전 좋았어.
Stagger her, you say. Do your best.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Nice.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을지
Oh, the bunks?
그때를 위해서 미리
Bunks the
녹음해야
correct
한다는
money?
거군요. 아 이런, 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
yeah. Essentially the primordial vampire.
Yeah, this is 6. Why is this off? Count. Oh, because. Or it's being hit twice, I guess? Oh, it's a 6.
They shouldn't have asked to take off Don's shoes for examination.
Oh, it's her use. Where are you?
거기구나.
Ooh. Yeah, we staggered her.
저희에게
그렇죠.
유리한 상황입니다.
Kill
이대로
this woman.
승리까지 이끌어가
Oh
보도록 하죠.
my god, my baby girl is dying over there.
Yeah, not that hot.
잘라낸다.
You need to do the reading book soon.
뭐가 치워라.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
I need to get ego resources for that. I don't have sloth right now.
Good, but I know that's like gotta ask to take off the super circulation feet, swing warmers.
현명한 판단이요.
Keela becomes this when she takes off her eyes.
Yeah. Don't take off my shoes unless you want my wild side. I mean, the colors on my toesy nails are pretty though.
We're probably gonna lose these songs.
거기구나.
Yeah. I do enjoy them.
Alright. Goodbye, Yoda. I think she staggered like the whole team, bro.
봤어요, 관리자님.
It's just like really bad.
죽어가는 직원의 간절한 표정을요. 제 교육이 부족했던 걸까요?
Oh, we cannot stop this. Oh boy. Oh my god, we are so dead. I don't know if this will do anything, but it did not do anything. Oh boy, what a waste. You're so screwed. Oh my god. We're about to wipe right here, bro.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
What the hell's going on?
separate job.
이겨주마!
분명 상담 프로그램을 진행할 직원이었는데 왜 저렇게
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Goodbye, Cable.
나비의 날개라 해도 이곳은
세상에 여러분들
Oh, Jesus.
That's just kind of a problem, isn't she?
Oh, this looks like it's part of the story.
Yeah.
I have to be the mother to all of them. Family's thirst. It's. No, my lady. You mustn't be the. No, my lady. You mustn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner, nothing more.
Ideal many I sing, welcome to the heavens. He sang, welcome to the heavens. Ideal man, he sang, welcome to the heavens. Nebula, go, welcome, welcome.
Welcome,
You are a
welcome.
sinner, nothing more.
Ugly sniffler.
Oh, watching this man fight is beautiful.
That's cool. Gotcha, that's kind of a power central.
I mean, he's the one who came to claim her. I will not place the blame on this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that not one could have expected this outcome, given the death of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then. I hadn't had that much of first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices, so many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is, indeed, that is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend my father's seat. Perhaps I always was ever since then. And now I was struck not by my own thirst, but to be combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner, and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Damn!
Well,
Damn, so now we're just gonna give her actual blood. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I've done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. But I must remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as of today's events have demonstrated. Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know, it seemed like he was only in it to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the spice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later, Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have merely requested a forceful summoning of your department.
Interesting.
Question. How did Virgilius know she transformed? He just came out of fucking nowhere. This only makes this this only
You smell the blood clearly.
this only further proves the theory that Virgilius is also a blood fiend.
You smell that blood?
This only strengthens it. He came out of fucking nowhere, bro.
Blood man smells blood. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, literally. Literally. This only strengthens that theory. Tonal whiplash, literally.
Sneefy Snoofle Keela. Yeah, Keela's feet are stinky. If you take off her shoes and you sniff them. Let me go sniff them for you, chat. Hang on.
Man, that's stinky. Around here.
They're stinky. I smell them. They're stinky.
No.
They're stinky. I smelled them. I'll sniff them again. They're stinky. Ah! She's stepping on you with her stinky toes.
Can I go but stomp your ass?
If you read Leviathan, his ability is basically entirely blood-based, so he has to be a frickin' blood fiend then. That only strengthens it even more.
What, Stella? What?
Mm.
Someone's scratching me.
I have warmers for that.
Stinky stompers. Yeah, stinky stompers.
I thought they were thumpers, according to you, Clover.
They are thumpers. Thumpers. Lickable thumpers, too.
Oh my god.
What? I think Stella needs to go outside. What? You need to go outside? Entertain chat. I'll be right back.
Entertain chat, he says. What? So yeah, if you haven't seen my Twitter post, you should totally like it and possibly retweet it because it's awesome like that. And you'll learn more about me. And learning about me is always important. Right, guys? Here, I'll make sure the references easiest people to understand because I have my puppy ears. See? Limbus is going great. Clover stepped away for a moment. We're enjoying it. I got music in the background. Bumpers? Maybe. Bumpers? You're sticky stompers. You need to wear socks, girl.
No, I don't have stinky stompers. You have stinky stompers.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. You smell my feetsies. You like my feetsies.
I smelled your feetsies and I like them.
Yeah, see, they're
Oh,
not
is that
stinky.
weird?
You wouldn't lick them if they're stinky.
I lick them now.
Yeah, you lick my feetsies.
I see.
Called a mere auspice of opportune convenience. The risk factor had to be measured sooner or later, had I known the full extent of the danger she posed.
Stella, what? I am reading. What? Oh my gosh, I now told you.
Called a mere auspice of the opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void is of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Damn. Poor Don Quixote. Certain analysis can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchingain kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events of La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply of their on-site investigation reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. The desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate. They bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all that desire is now forced onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endless exacerbation, thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity in which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature. I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line just to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the effort of the subject herself and the efforts of various others environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look, but sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of her time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Manager Esquire. Perchance is there aught that thou concealest from thy knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Foss looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Foss nodded lightly as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I feel somewhat of a degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. I love this creature. Yes, I do. I love my baby. How about you?
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
I feel
주인공
bad for Don
의상이
Quixote.
오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는. 누구 작품이겠나?
Well, now that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a singular file before him and began. Now the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves.
Rent a VRPs! Welcome to the heavens, Nebula! Yeah, welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Uh-huh. And what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. Well, we've all got to know who the big boss is. Well, this is but a speculation of the worst-case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners, in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstance, unavailable. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one to introduce myself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale, were they to be measured by their strengths prior to the employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I. Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children, for example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test.
You're not speaking from a personal experience, are ya?
Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. Each of your placements in that line you were standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breaths on this subject. There was a long, long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. Yup, he sang. This has got to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shroudness in my fathoms, yet I earned still to convey that we are all more than Mitsihai. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I, Isang. Isang? I will place my trust in the faith of you all shall one day sprout wings as I have. Isang, it's the other way around. Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this, right, Isang?
Well, 'tis quite a bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe. I shall be vigilant.
No one seemed to have any objections or doubt about who the strongest sinner was given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth.
Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to rules as defending fixer or squire. Just off the case that such a side character enjoys a greater popularity since time immemorable.
Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important?
That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anything between the first place and the last place. Even I forgot my own placement in the order.
No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list.
Oh, were you not?
Who cares, mate? That's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting a fly.
I guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's.
Ishmael replied in a voice that clearly lost all interest in this discussion. Ah, you're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot be well placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. But, potential, is it? Does it mean that I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let's not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who's placed last. Damn.
Oh my god. They're just going in on each other today.
Alright. Onward, Roshanante. You think you're in the wrong time zone? That's okay. 8 minutes till shutdown. Wait, what?
Yeah. It's not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, it's only 6 a.m. at the moment in Korea, and it starts at 10 a.m., so 6 hours till it opens up. Yeah. After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. Our researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. I once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their systems. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes.
I once heard that someone say we should be wary of people who droned on in intro.
Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety which you asked me that question. Us, it's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a second.
Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us?
A privilege given to researchers. Oi! Don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shit. Hohenheim has really got you wrapped around his finger. You know that. You know that. According to the LCB on-site investigation reasoning team, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of a distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It would no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion, like that time ripper fella, will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject, he 6 pi 2001, then yes. Also, I saw somebody join, and I think that was on the YouTube side. I can't see who it was. This is simply a prediction, of course, because of that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that it is progression into an abnormality will be observed. Wait, he?
What's going on?
They talked about a specific abnormality.
I see.
Well, it's not White Knight.
Do you have your fish on? I think you did, right?
Yeah, I do. Key 6. I don't remember who this is. 2001. Oh, nobody there? Nothing there? Is that what they're talking about? No, that's not the same numbers. Those aren't the same numbers. He's in the classification system. Oh, he. Here we go. Okay, so let's see. Nope, not you. 69. Giant tree sap. Nope. Happy teddy bear. Nope. Letizia. Nope. Nameless fetus. No. No from a crazed researcher. Nope. Porcupus? No. Portrait of Another World? Nope. Funeral Dead Butterflies? No. Oh, Gregor tells you who? Oh, is it the Time Ripper guy? Oh, Time Ripper. Okay, never mind. It's not in this game. It's not in Lobotomy Corp. Okay. I was excited for a moment. I thought it was somebody from Lobotomy Corp. Darn. Nobody I care about personally. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that he something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and shape of a distortion. We decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affiliation and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. Pi must refer to Pigritia, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Peticula. They do indeed follow the same thought processes. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. it would be more accurate to say that as the peticula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomenon and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What is the expected damage scale? Combat abilities, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the equivalent production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea on, like combat capabilities, into a singular numerical scale power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies of variables that make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So, instead we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this time Ripper poses very little threat against sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means that they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6. From a scale of 1 to 10, please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage skills will be coming from their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than monolith? One of the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the developmental of transportation management and processing methodologies of the monolith is a growing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree of which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the golden bow. At first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small, and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they've become rather high-priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sale of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we are narrowly avoiding the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have to confront the wings directly were that the case.
Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were to ever assign to a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions that we don't ever want to find out the answers to?
I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against associations? I think it'd be good to know ahead of time just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canner to the Star of the City. I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not not SOC yet, are we? Star of the City. It almost sounds like you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a clear and obvious weakness.
Indeed. All of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death.
Hohenheim slowly turns around, looks at me, prompting Foss and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protect them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kind of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried, or Big Brother Ricardo, I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass.
That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence and Foss will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words.
Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that that is only true so long as you have the Limbus Company's backing. Interesting. like their day reset.
꺼질 줄.
I totally did not grab my dailies from yesterday. That's fine. I completely forgot to do that. That is okay, I guess. The final checkup.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
We are almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry. My hypotheses have never been wrong most of the time. This experiment is entirely from my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright. But, don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you will be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort, saying we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I'll be the subject on the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a petaculum? You could end up becoming a petaculum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered on our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of petaculum I would turn into. I bet on Goulet. I on Individuum, and her on Pigriti. But how could you think about it like this? If I were to become a petacula, it would be akin to losing sight of a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a petaculum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple of an explanation to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I am not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favors at first meeting, if at all. I don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind, therefore I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a petaculum, it may as well be that Hohenheim the entity has ceased to be. I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the petaculium by a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics. Unlike the general lay of the academia, I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day in and night over books and papers, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for examples. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. My, for the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh. If you have been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I recently came to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. Then manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of fathoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you always have done when facing a distortion, to reach it into its deepest fathoms and face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexasection. And once you have made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious. Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It makes some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed.
That reminds me of how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well.
Bamboo-hatted Kim. He's recovered?
He's safely contained within our facilities.
It seems that I are ready to activate the monolith. I'm confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a pediculium. Indeed. And I can still hear them. What the fuck? Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what.
The manager says we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort. This manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this.
Does this say no? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something?
He says that all of you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code.
I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It'll be done as you commanded. Mersault nodded and then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes. Potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I need to expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it?
Bing, 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 bing.
We're at the starting points of the dungeons of the Fathoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single eagle from here. An ominous warning sign greets us, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sitters all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears, but what we find there are ego gifts. What? These ain't ego gears, these are gifts or something, right? It appears that ego are manifesting here in the shape of the ego gifts. Can't we just take them up? This is the dungeon of the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that rules are followed. What should we do? Bing, bing, bing. We'll take a burning one. We'll take the combustion gloves ego gift. Win with a base attack that inflicts burn. Okay.
This is gonna be fun.
가스 점화 엔진 시동.
Congrats on getting the new classification system.
Thank you, thank you.
What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. This is... Isn't this Momo? Wait, is this the real Lobotomy Corp? From L Corp? It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us? What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well then, do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. If it had been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this, like that library fabled to of every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down, and if we want to make any progress here, it can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. This looks like the real one. If you stay up any... Oh no!
Good night, Taro. Sleep well.
Yeah, true. The doors are really close together. Good night, Taro.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입힌 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다. 개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데 더 꼼꼼히 관찰해 보도록 하죠.
Damn, Gregor somehow won. Mom Mao.
완벽한 한방. 시원한걸? 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
죄인인가?
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자는 당신의 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다.
But those buns are very familiar to me, so it makes me wonder if this is the real one.
승리로 이끌
팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
죄인인가?
평행주의원을 갖춘다.
꿰뚫려라.
무너져.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이
그대로
바로
무너져.
정보의 힘입니다.
But his name wasn't actually a part of the roster I'm looking at, so Hohenheim was not a part of the original Lobotomy Corps, so... Because there were over 300 names, and only 184 of them were backer names. Those who supported the game originally. So our researchers are moving about bustily in a hectic-looking laboratory. Did something escape or something? As we stood there gawking at the mess, someone walked up to the sinners. Get out of my way! Actually, you know what? Perfect timing. Eat this, come on. We don't have much time till the clinical trial report deadline. Eat it. Why would we not eat it? Who will step forth? Ah, I guess Gregor Otis. Oh, Gregor it is. Gregor's face lights up with surprise as they take a swig of the researcher's potion. The potion seems to have alleviated a great degree of stress from Gregor. Their eyes were practically twinkling. This clinical trial was a success. Thanks for volunteering. Please take this. It's one of our newest lines of medicine. An enhancer MK4. And they heal.
다음 왜 뒀지?
피를 머금을 시간이네.
This is a branch. The one we experienced was headquarters. Also, Lobotomy Corp is from Project Moon early days, so most of the story stuff wasn't fully thought out with. Well, I still think it matters. I still think it's still a part of the core lore. I don't care, like, what people think or what people say. I think it's part of the original lore, and therefore, everything there matters to me. So, how do we know if this guy actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But, Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this? If you are to see them anyways, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? Mr. Hohenheim? Let me think, I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Why does that look like Chesed? It's not, but I know it probably isn't, but it definitely looks like him. Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyways. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. And he definitely didn't talk like that, so it definitely isn't him. Stop. Are you here to just express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months. Not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then would you rather find a much better audience among the human resources team? No, I mean... I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I know it's not, but it's still funny. Makes sense, makes sense. I still hope that Dante is X. That's my theory. That Dante is Ian/X. Even though the theories are proving otherwise. The evidence proves otherwise. But I still think it is, especially since we're talking to Carmen of all fucking people. And Carmen hates fucking X/Ian, so... I don't know how to put this, but... You're the only one who saw my... what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before, you know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, inceremonious trauma were often favorable by the company. And, in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy! Anyways, I've been meaning to ask you, Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishable features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living at large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself indeed, but you are, like the most rabble, painfully average in the most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation. You get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly only to merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that the thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? He seemed to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits I found in those who originate from the back streets. I'll admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You... Us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I who they truly wish to hurt.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보통은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 것도 아니겠습니까?
너무 약올리신 것 같은데요. 적의 기세가 확연히 달라졌어요.
고귀하게.
꿰뚫려라!
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투로 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
엄청나게 강한 일격을!
It's always pretty cool to see all the animations go off at the same time. It's always pretty cool to see all of the animations go off at the same time. There's really not a lot of games that do it.
Yeah.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 마음대로 깜짝 놀랐어요. 시원한 걸?
그대로 무너져라.
It is finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, a minute. Don't you notice that a lot of more employees are saying hello, good morning, and would have you to you in the what? And what have you to you? What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? What? What? Have you to you? I don't think that's actually what have you to what have you to
It
you?
sounds like Old English.
Oh fuck. That ain't no English I've ever heard of.
What have you?
I would have you.
Mhm.
Come on a minute, don't you
notice that a lot more plays, or I don't even know what the fuck how I have you to you means, in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know. It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. Jimmy's doing his job! Jimmy's doing it! I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves and a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet, all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You. Us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. Followed the former Elcorp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What is the sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is this? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crisis such as these is usually granted to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods, such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survival would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence. So I make this argument as a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves whose sole, final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good in your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age, whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapses and 90 seconds later, I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you, without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Elcorp branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that that's over with, I invite you to come face with me the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding out and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Bum bum bum! We see the Fey lantern within the containment unit. Its cyan hue fairy flutters towards the wiry, ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch seating the fairy sways as though to entice us to get closer to them. Bright, countless yellow eyes glimmer from the shadows beneath its root. What a beautiful specimen, this Fey lantern. Have you finished your observations? I've been learning a lot about the abnormalities recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from a Fey lantern? I have no fucking idea. I'm just gonna say Midwinter Nightmare. Right on the money, you know your Fey lantern. But that's not all. Recently, it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a bony twig. It seems to have come directly from the Fey lantern itself. Rapture.
Rupture. We don't have any rupture on this team.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일
떨거지 잘라낸다.
정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서이겠습니다.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투
찾았나?
이대로만
대성공이야.
부탁드리겠습니다.
다른 친구랑 노래 부를까?
그대들의 면면이 밝고 생기롭군.
보자 너.
Let me take a sip of water.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 그 팀의 지금은 완벽한 공격이었어.
훌륭하오. 이외에 그
위원을
청할
가지.
이유도 없군.
이 작살에 필살의 지휘는
효율적인 대처로
담겨
개체를
있지.
꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
착수.
Baby bunny.
Excuse me.
Oh my god.
사실 이런
What is that,
공무원들은
silly?
제가 아니라
Do
세피라들의
you
역할이긴
love
하죠.
me?
관리자님도 알다시피
Yeah.
저는 언제나 수십
Will
명의
you
몫을 해내고
eat
있으니까요.
I thought you were the one who was always trying to eat me.
Baby bunny.
정원 불격!
Mm.
No, it's not cool, Borg.
꿰뚫려라!
Oh boy.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을! 방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
가족을 위해 엎드리도록.
Fatal.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
이 작살에
이 팀의 지원자를
I feel bad for Don Quixote.
담겨
She has to go through like insurmountable, an overwhelming amount of thirst until she creates her family.
My thing is Dawn used to like.
기다려.
Would Dawn be like? Would regular Dawn be used to getting blood though?
No, because she never got blood. That's the thing. But I guess she
In fact, that's gonna be like awkward as fuck, no?
이대로
Or
승리까지
maybe not.
이끌어가 보도록 하죠.
because she used to not have to deal with the thirst, the curse of the thirst, because she wasn't the head honcho of the family. I guess because she became the head honcho of the family, she ended up becoming her starvation that she was putting herself through. Her fasting
실밥이 터졌나?
caught up to her in the end.
저놈을 추적해!
Because she was the only blood fiend that didn't partake in blood. She didn't see the purpose of it.
This district seemed to have known about Dawn's condition either way, no?
야호.
Yeah.
이기는 편, 우리
승리로
편.
이끌겠다.
They just didn't know the extent of it. They weren't surprised at all. They were just like, oh, well, if we would have knew how bad it was, we would have gave you blood and called you over as an emergency.
완벽한
Yeah.
한방.
Because it wasn't really her fault. It's just her condition because she's a vampire, and it's like, okay, well, aka a blood fiend, but same thing. She's a
Vampire.
She's a vampire. She takes blood from humans. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel their sheer horror and desperation of their writers from wild letters. Upon closer inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. They're swarming us, the monsters. I hear them, they're breathing. They're going to kill us all. Save me, please, someone, anyone. Save me, I don't want to die, please. Fear is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of their feet. They are coming. There are unfinished sentences written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Who will go search? Noticing something, Don Quixote points to an area on the wall. There is a small crack between the countless scribbles of letters. I carefully reach my hand into the opening and... I can feel my tips. I can feel the tips of my fingers brushing against a card. Someone must have hidden something here. This might come in handy later. My nose is so itchy. I need to take an allergy med after this.
지금은 성공했지만
Everyone was healed. Nice.
가자. 죽이라.
Useful.
We arrived at the entrance of Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression and place me in the containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, you. Do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be some things in the world that's worth working towards. Damn. He's coming out with the words.
얘들 상태가 너무 안 좋은 걸.
떨거지는 잘나는 자.
꿰뚫려라. 선원들,
오늘도
나를
즐거운
보호해라.
하루의 시작이네.
Hidden Ray.
잠시만. 볼륨 좀 줄게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
현명한 판단이요.
기다려.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
고귀하게.
저놈을 추적해.
따뜻.
제가 도움이 될지는 모르겠지만
승리로 이끌.
노력해 보겠습니다.
보자 너.
다류 산초 경연 역시 느껴라.
저놈을 추적해.
지겹군. 이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠는가.
미안하네 고스톱.
What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, maybe reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware of that in the city. Such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. He feels gaze on me. Like he said, that the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong, like that it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? What if you do feel like what you did was wrong? Huh? You're running away from something? Boss relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away. An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away, to deny and evade. What has happened is a pathological choice, isn't it? From another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases, were I to find myself tumulate of emotional nature, I attempt to establish a logical examination. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing. Now that I have conducted some cold introspection, I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't just shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. No, it really is.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피했으면 됐잖아.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 다류 산초 경열 80. 갈라지도록.
선원들,
나만 믿고
나를
다들
보호해라.
집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
가족을 위해.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그럼 네 발목을 잘라버리면
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 나의 대하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 살려는 게 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
빰빰빰빰빰빰빰.
직원의 상태가 나빠고 있는군요.
혈투의 승리를
흔히
이끌.
이걸 나사 빠진 상태라고 표현하던가요?
총원
방금
돌격.
건 실없는
다류
농담이
산초 경열
긴장 완화를 위한 조력이었습니다.
있구나.
나를 보호해라.
So close.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면 전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이
So
쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
It seems that there is something else you would like to tell me. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I am prepared to answer any of your questions. I feel Hohenheim's gaze lingering on me. What should I say this time? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? I'll do the top one. What if you do feel like what you did was wrong? Voss relayed my words to Hohenheim. I see how you have arrived at that conclusion, but you were incorrect. I have already done much contemplation regarding that matter, and I have definitively concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researchers who detest the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions such as drawing lots and see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to participate in barbaric contests of strength to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the Earth should survive, arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of all of us. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So, no, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself, it seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down, especially those last words. I could barely sense his usual air of confidence.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피
I mean, he probably
이미
regrets
이길
what he
거라고
did,
확신하고
honestly.
있으실 테니까.
I mean, who wouldn't regret doing something like that?
보자 너.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그럼 네 발목을 잘라버리면
Hello, Jim.
Hi, Lucas.
지겹.
Wait,
이 몸이
who is this
직접
Lucas
손봐야겠네.
person? I only
GM?
see GM.
Wow. Have I played any Helldivers recently? No. I heard that Super Earth is in danger, though.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
It's been a while.
적확한 하나비.
They're getting swords soon.
Oh, I heard about that. Because we're out of gun resources.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
I hear they're gonna be okay. Not OP or anything, but like pretty reliable.
The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found hope and potentialities because of me. A hope, an anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found in Rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time, some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I could sense the dungeon of the Phantom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. Oh, I've returned safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. I, to be frank, once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was
A huge success, all thanks to us, right?
No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was a he 5 Su. Disappointing, mediocre. I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on. Now,
Mistopheles is prepared to depart.
Hohenheim's researcher waved at us. We'll meet again, right?
You, no thank you.
Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in general directions. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back in the inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience was that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Sharon and Virgilius were waiting for us.
So they're gonna deter you over time either way.
Yeah, that's the theory. They just wanted to do tests to kind of prove that, but they never told us why. Was the case?
That's fine. Not good.
Oh,
So Sancho's the only one who doesn't get affected by it, technically, as you said.
I forgot there's another story to do.
What? Where's that?
Oh god, we're never gonna get done. Let me do the mirror dungeon though. I do need to do this before. Although I
That's a
think it
good way to
reset
rest
today.
your voice. Oh yeah, probably reset today though.
Yeah,
You can still do one so that you can pace it out.
Yeah. I mean, they already reset
Yeah.
probably to the next week already, so it's fine. But I just want to do it because I need to do this anyways.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, you don't need to do them all at the same time. So you could spread it out. Change up the content.
Yeah.
Hello, Heathcliff.
Heathcliff in my chat?
Yeah.
Oi, what's up?
Hi, Heathcliff! You're hot!
Right?
Thought there was... What is this? Is this hard mode? What is this? Infinity mirror? Clear every floor if you run in hard difficulty to enter. What is this? I'm so confused. Fuck? I don't know what the infinity mirror is. We're just gonna turn that on.
Can I help you, Stella? What? What?
I think
I'm
Stella
sure
wants me-
Heathcliff could tell you.
I think Stella wants me to feed her. Give me a moment, chat. this. Max speed, let's do that. And let's do that. Burn. I like haste. Bloody hell. I appreciate the goodie. The goodie. Bing, bing, bing. Let's just grab as many ego gifts as we can. Ooh. Well, we did it. We barely did it. Good job, Sinclair.
어라? 해결됐네요?
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
So how's everyone doing? What did you think of the story? Did you like the story? Oh, it was Captain Ahab that subscribed. Captain Ahab subscribed to the channel.
Welcome, that's
Captain Ahab to Heavens Nebula. Yo, welcome, welcome. But you are not welcome to slaughter anyone here or manipulate anyone. Okay, thank you, bye.
What do you mean? You always have Captain Ahab on your team.
Listen. Listen.
I'm listening.
Listen.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다. 공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
죄인인가?
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 그래도 이러면 얼마나 답이 터졌나?
꿰뚫려라.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Hi, Baggy. What's up?
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
Frankie really loves jump scaring you.
옳은 말만 한답니다.
I wasn't scared that time, but I was just more like, oh.
잠들게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
저것들이 뭔가 기운이 없어요. 기회가 온 걸까요?
나아가 주게.
I love how the music's changed throughout the entire game.
한 번 휘둘러 모두 쓸어버렸구려.
But there's always the good classic music. You're probably gonna get on Super Earth right now. I hope you do well. Save Super Earth.
Yeah, have fun.
I'll work on their SP a bit. And let's do it.
죽음 충동 억제, 관념 봉인.
You're gonna die lots. How will you die lots?
그대들의 면면이 밝고 생기롭군. 나아가주게.
꿰뚫려라.
편히 쉬시게.
Bam. Dun 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 dun.
이미
폴리리 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
가족을 위해 기대해라.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
부위 한쪽이 떨어져 나갔군! 과거 본인의 모험에서도!
따뜻한
대체 부위가 파괴되어 있어요.
승리를
이 틈에 빠르게 제압하면
가족을 위해
직원들의 피해를 줄일 수 있을 거예요, 관리자님.
개체를 구성하고 있는 분 중 하나가 파괴되었습니다. 이 틈을 파괴해도 좋을 것 같군요.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다
나아가주게.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
한 번에 이렇게나 마치 마탕 같네요.
됐다. Oh, I was supposed to pick 2. Whoops. I did not pick 2. That's fine, I guess. Okay, we'll do this one because of that. Although, what is this one? Enemy burns is defeated. That one's kind of nice, but when an ally attacks an enemy, the target has that's burn though, not bleed. Am I going for burn or bleed? I don't even know what I'm going for anymore. I think I've been going for burn. An accident. Which means we might have to change Sinclair to Fireboy. Let's fight, bitch.
가자. 죽이라.
바이바이 바키. 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 봅니다.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 네, 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요.
개체기 큰
아,
소리
이런.
준것 같아.
이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
수건다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
엎드리도록.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요. 추잡하네. 우와, 카론도 깜짝.
Sorry, I'm so quiet. Because it's slightly hurting a bit. And I can kind of feel
어떻게
it.
하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
It's probably the dawn effect.
Art thou not in love with my voice acting?
It's too powerful.
It really is. I really go whole hog on it.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데 더 꼼꼼히 관찰해 보도록 하죠.
가족을 위해.
Teacup?
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
적에게
Releasing
치명상을 입혔군요.
memories from the looks of it.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있죠. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
개체들의 체력이 많이
저는
깎여나가서
언제나
괴로워하는 게
옳은 일만
느껴지지
한답니다.
않아? 이대로 계속 나아가보자. 무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이 됐어. 여러분들
I'm just
기분이
gonna do
좋아
wind
보이시네요.
strat.
죄인인가?
Lazy and I don't have to actually pay attention in the first like sections.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나
대성공이야.
좋습니까?
다른 신랑 노래 부를까? 피분수?
개체가 정복됐던
개체 부위가 파괴되었습니다. 대형 메뉴를 어느 정도 숙지하셨나 봅니다.
영원히 잠들어라.
Bum, 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 bum.
고된 일이 있다면
Thorny pepper.
다음
That's good for you, son.
에도 찾아오라고. 고된 일이 있다면 다음 에도 찾아오라고.
Take that. Let's heal their sanity. I probably should have just healed Gregor, but that's okay. And we'll do that. Onward.
가자, 죽이라.
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은
어이,
일이라도
저기
있었던
있어요.
거야?
Fucking hate this planet.
꿰뚫려라.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은
Like, isn't
조금
that
더
hard?
좋은
It's
걸
just
승부하는
dumb.
고수 아니겠습니까?
And the ego gift it gives is kind of weird too.
엎드리도록.
땅이 떨리고 있어. 카름도
Because you can remove stagger counters, and that's not.
I don't even remember this thing. When do you fight this thing, Clover?
Huh?
I don't even remember this thing. When do you fight it?
I think we fought it on the train. I forget where. We fought it before. I think it was on the train.
다류 산쪽 경영이
His introduction, I believe, was on one of the railroads. One of the more recent railroads.
아직 모자라.
But it removes it removes the stagger stuff, which is why I don't really like its ego gift. Its ego gift is kind of ass.
괜찮은 공격이네요.
What does it give you?
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
I don't quite remember per se, but it
저,
removes the stagger bar and gives you something else in its place. But I don't remember what that thing is. It's been a while.
Yeah. You're about to find out again, right?
Yeah.
네, 불이 하나가 끊어졌네요. 이제 좀 수월해지겠어요.
Burn. We did not get the burn. That's okay. We will take the lead though. And we're gonna have to bring Sinclair. I'll have to go grab him. I did him. We'll do Cancer Man.
당연하지. 내 나침반이 틀린 적이 있었나?
There we go.
어라? 해결됐네요.
Oh, I want the bleed. I want the bleed. Good luck, Isong. Don't fail me.
You song never fails.
억압 작업이
It
성공했어.
fails me. Best boy.
검 끝에 바라본다.
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것 같다. 카름 기분 나빠.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
꿰뚫려라.
이미
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 이제도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
본인이 방금 무얼 본 것인가? 오, 엄청나게
실밥이 터졌나?
그쪽도 죄인인가?
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
기다려.
대성공략 다른 신나 노래 부를까?
편히 쉬시게.
Bye bye.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
또한 용서할 테. 훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히
너의
청원할 이유도
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌 가족을 위해.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나가서 괴로워하는 게 느껴져요. 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자. 갈라타 공격이었어.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
승리로 이끌.
그쪽도
죄인인가?
I just noticed at the top of my thing it's talking about Star Wars. I never noticed. Somehow, no one even mentioned it.
그거 그렇게 하는 거
Yeah.
맞아?
I'm looking at this quick.
방방인데?
Wow, you're not even watching my stream.
I am on my phone, but I'm not looking at that screen. I'm only looking at the chat. Can't assume that now.
Yes, I can.
이번에 내 피분수 칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
Man, Lobotomy Corp fucked up everybody.
카니발 타임.
혈의 팩이라도 먹었나? 아니지.
저들이 기세 등등하니 잠시 경계하세.
거기구나.
없으네요.
이미
실밥이 터졌나?
그쪽도
죄인인가? 편히 쉬시게.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
추잡하네.
따뜻한.
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 청원할 이유도
실밥이 터졌나?
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
꿰뚫려라.
방금 공격. 너는 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
그대 또한 잠들게.
무기를 만드는 것만
뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
급소가 전복됐던
산초류 경을 오 라샹 끝을 낼 시간이다.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸?
기원을 갖추니 그대로 무너져.
영혼이 잠들어
Easy. Get good. No, I'm kidding. This is only the third stage. Doesn't even actually matter. I'm like hesitant to switch him because he's good, but at the same time I'm like, We're just gonna buy a bunch of points. And because Gregor takes his own HP, he needs to heal.
죽음 충동 억제 관념 봉인
And I can just make my burn ego stuff with something.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
편히 쉬시게
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
나아주게
적들이 흔들흔들.
Damn it!
아니야.
Kill this dude.
이미
숨기기 딱콩 한 번
아류
먹었어.
산초성의 칼신 갈라지도록.
적확한 한압이었소
방금 공격.
Looks like he's doing
다음에
pretty good on
다른 배치에게도
HP.
다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Good
Flash
Group
save.
Sinclair. Group Sinclair's health. Poor Sinclair. He just got his ass owned.
Needs to read the scroll to you.
Let's do that. Having resources is always a good thing. I will take that. And I will take the slash. Ooh, pride. Huh? We'll go with this one. I want that ticket. That ticket's pretty good. That ticket's kind of worth it. We'll go up.
억압 작업이
Ashes to
성공했어.
ashes. What weird ass ego is that in the middle of the frickin' floor? Not ego, boss. Oh god, not these frickin'
개체가 조금
losers.
유리한 환경에 놓이게 된 것 같아. 하지만 우리가 걱정할 건 하나도 없어.
Although I don't think it's the
최선을 다할
bad ones,
거잖아.
they're just the obnoxious. Let's skip it first. Actually, let's skip it first.
고귀하게.
그대들의 면면이 밝고 생기롭군.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 엎드리도록.
These dudes are annoying. Although I could be thinking about the ones with the snake arm. I think it's the snake arm guys. I'm thinking. I don't remember. It might be these guys. I don't remember.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히
It's been a
처리합니다.
minute.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게.
좋은 대응은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 낫을 거야. 다음엔 저희 직원들이 개체의 부위를 파괴했어요. 역시 미리 훈련하길 잘했죠?
따뜻한. 엎드리도록.
기어코 나뭇가지는 부러지고 말았어. 전 것으로 나비 하나의 체중도 견디지 못했겠지. 거기구나. 개체에게
Fight, fight.
치명적인 손상을 입히는 데
무기를
There's
만드는
another
건
one.
내가
앞으로의
어부이보다
전투도
뛰어나.
What the?
이대로만
Multitude
부탁드리겠습니다.
of waves. Oh no. We're actually gonna have to. That's a bit pain.
나아가주게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니. 이미
방금 건 제대로 된 공격이 아니었는데 혹시 너희들 중에
전투력
매뉴얼을
경을
제대로 안 읽고 온 사람들이
라샤.
있는 걸까?
끝을 낼 시간이다.
비효율적인 공격이었습니다. 보아니
기대.
대체에 관한 기록을 제대로 펼치고자 하는 직원이 있는 듯.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아.
Are these the guys we're supposed to kill together? Oh no.
Maybe. What's it say on the bottom?
Mounting trials. That's it.
나아가주게.
We'll find out.
이미 적확한 하나였어.
좋아. V 하나를 박살냈어. 저거 너덜거리는 것 좀 봐. 완전 제대로 먹혀들었다. 그치?
거기구나. 일반적인 상황에선 선택하지 않을 방식이 있지만 그 이유가 있었으리라 생각하오.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
승리로 이끌겠다.
I don't really know what I'm supposed to do here.
고귀하게. 부위 하나가 끊어졌네요. 이제 좀 수월해지겠어요.
아류 산초 경연 역시 느껴라.
Oh, what's going on?
I don't know.
상태가 좋지
Okay,
않은
this
직원이
last
보입니다. 높은 확률로 곧
나
치명상을
So we're
입을
just
수
spanking
있거든요.
them until basically no more
관리자님의
spawn.
냉철한 판단력이
Wasn't sure.
필요할 때입니다. 기대해라.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 기후팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
Mounting trials. Oh boy. What is this? What ego is this? Addicting lust. YOLO, I guess.
검 끝에 바라본다.
Oh god.
저 개체가 기세등등해 보여요. 조금 주의하면서 해보는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
Oh, it's been a while. Even for me. You can never escape the bottom.
잘라낸다. 꿰뚫려라.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가해주는 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을! 이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
나아가 주게.
따뜻한 엎드리도록. 기대해라.
현명한 판단이요.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하... 아, 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I can't even hear anymore. Just got audio decided by. That's funny.
이미 개체에게 치명적인 손상을
Yeah,
입히는
we
데
started.
He
성공했습니다.
bugged. He bugged
앞으로의
it.
전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
I can hear it.
좀만 더 힘내자.
이 혈투
이제
승리로
정말
이끌.
개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Gregor gets protection. We'll take that. I want that. 'Cause the only ones who really need to block this turn are these people. Give me that good protection.
가족을 위해.
How did you lose, Dulcinea? What?
아유탄초 경연 육수 찢겨라.
해야 할 고통.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피했으면 됐잖아.
Protection. Thanks, Gregor.
가족을 위해.
편히 쉬시게.
개체를 구성하고 있는
아유탄초
구이 중
경연
하나가
육수
파괴되었습니다. 이 틈을 파고들어도 좋을 것 같군요.
피날레를 시작하자. 방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도
He got
다시 해봐줄래?
staggered.
영상을 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
I didn't like that too much.
He did not like that at all.
Yeah, I couldn't.
나아가 주게.
깔끔하게 잘랐습니다. 이제 니콜리나와 솜씨가 비슷해지셨는데요. 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
적확한 한압이었어. 무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이야.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
아류탄초 경연 역시 느껴라. 기대해라.
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요. 효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 단...
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
너무 약 올리신 것 같은데요. 적의 기세가 확연히 달라졌어요. 떨거지는 잘라낸다. 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
엄청나게 강한 애교를 꿰뚫려라. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
위대한 일감을 기록하는 순간에 이때가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가? 가족을 위해
글쎄가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
개체들의 체력이 많이 빠져나갔어.
세계 치명적인 손상을
기세로
입히는 데
계속 나아가보자.
성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
I don't really know what to talk about while doing this. I guess you could talk about what to have for dinner, but I'm probably only waiting for dinner tonight.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어.
Since
적들이
my dad
충분히
was on the
나약해졌다는
phone, he
거지.
definitely didn't look like he was
끝을 내도
on
될 것 같아.
able to talk about anything.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, he was in the middle of a business call when he came home, so.
대만선에 집중해.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것엔 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
영원히 잠겨.
This is bad.
Why is this going so horribly?
I don't know. I'm gonna restart. Yeah, that went really badly all of a sudden. I don't know what happened there.
Apparently their rolls are really high.
Shouldn't. Wow.
가자.
We're just gonna reset.
죽이라.
That went terribly.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술력과
나
제 지시만
가줄게.
있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
꿰뚫려라.
이미 훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 주문할 이유가 없고.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
Bing, 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 bing.
가족을 위해. 따뜻한. 영원히 가는 길로 한참을 걷은 혈투를 승리로 이끌린다. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요. 가족을 위해.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대의 길일 때
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
실밥이 터졌나?
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Must counter. We'll do Eminem.
다리우스 승을 칼집. 갈라지도록.
개체들의 체력이 많이 꺾여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Happiness.
승리를 위해서라면
He triggered the rupture counter. That's funny.
굉장히 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네.
승리를
이따가
이끌.
버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
산소류 경영.
인가?
라샹.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다.
치명상을
제가 늘
입은 시간이 있군요.
말씀드렸죠.
매일
저는
말하는
언제나
거지만
옳은
모든
말만
죽음은
한답니다.
의미가 없습니다.
피나르를 시작하자.
손실을 극복할 수 있는 방법을 모색해
대성공이야. 당신이야. 노래 부를까?
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히
Wonderful.
Wonderful choice!
응급 상황에 처한 직원이 있습니다.
Boss time.
더 큰 손실로 이어지지 않도록
Okay.
대체
Don
빠른 제압이
Quixote needs
필요합니다.
healing. I need healing.
이거는 딴데.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Let's go. Otis win for the win.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
나무와 함께 베어 남겨드리죠. 올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요.
Wait, how'd
이것이
you lose your ego?
바로
What?
정보의 힘입니다.
Good job.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Devil share. That sounds broken. I will take that. I'll also take this. And we shall heal poor Gregor. Boom, 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 boom.
카니발 타임.
Bam, 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 bam.
이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황
음.
같아요.
왜
이
봤어?
상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
난 뭐야? I'm gonna pack it downstairs.
가족을 위해 꿰뚫려라.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
적확한 한압이었어.
Sunshine.
쓸데없는 관심 필요
It'd be
없다.
cute to have a raincoat like that.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이 됐어.
이봐, 어떨 자신 있어?
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
Bum, 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 bum.
죄인인가?
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
개체 부위가 파괴되었습니다. 대응 매뉴얼을 어느 정도 숙지하셨나 보군요.
For Otis to ego there.
나아가주게.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 다행이다. 저희 직원들이 개체의 부위를 파괴했어요. 역시 마련하기 잘했죠?
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Yeah. I remember the giant
잘라낸다.
broccoli.
평일 실시. 피날레를 준비.
Nice count.
That worked.
이미
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 승리로 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
The pranger.
Stronger.
Pranger ghosting.
That was earlier.
Yeah. That doesn't mean the pranger's not around still. Does it feel nice to be playing Limbus again?
Yeah, I always enjoyed Limbus.
I miss having a bond for RuneScape.
나아가주게.
아력한 쪽 경영 찢겨라.
I need something to preoccupy me.
You could pick up Limbus combination. Eyes.
I could.
He died. He died. He nuked himself.
A lot of the things that I could still play are games that I want to play with you, though.
Aww.
Pretty much all of them, yeah.
Let's try the new one. I haven't tried this one.
지금은 성공했지만 앞으로 어떨지.
응?
금방이죠.
The prestige card. We do not have anyone who deals that.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
And dome shoom.
개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데 더 꼼꼼히 관찰해 보도록 하죠.
We fight ourselves.
The Song of Clover's people.
Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun.
나아가주게.
What the fuck? Oh lord.
어머, 너무 아프게
I just
맞았는데?
got quick suppression.
Yeah, that kinda
목적이
sucks.
있었지.
How fast was he?
I don't know, didn't see. This might end badly.
치명상을 입은 직원이 있군요. 매일 말하는 거지만
Yeah,
모든
sound like
죽음은
it's so
의미가
good.
없습니다. 손실을 극복할 수 있는 방법을 모색해 주세요.
Did you originally underestimate their rolls or something?
No, I didn't think that they would hit that hard.
I mean, you had a million ego resources, that's how I'm wondering. Yeah. If anything, it's early in the fight, so.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
어디에 도전하는가?
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
손대지 마! 이 동굴을 풀어내야 하지만 그게 도는 거야.
적확한 한압이었어.
Man, she's still going, bro. She's still going.
Yeah.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은
My flower eagle's scared.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
승객 때 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
Substitute. Go. That looks like a 5. Shows a 2 and a 5. I don't know. Okay, let's do that. And
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 기록에 따라
heal my team.
반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Guardian.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
편히 쉬시게.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다. 기회를 잡았네. 휘청이는 저자를 꺾고 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이고.
These guys are proving to be quite the pain in the ass.
Yeah. find a thing to beat these two. This could be bad. My only hope is to corrode and pray. Try to beat them.
Yellow.
거기구나.
Now we pray.
스며들
We
듯한
can stagger them before they ego.
우산이 새진 않는
Good luck. That sound like it would.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
어디에 도전하는가?
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 대체기도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
아플 필요도 없어서.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게.
Oh, that tremor burst.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
Couldn't stagger Yoda, but that should be fine.
만찬에 집중해.
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
What the fuck?
Who is that?
That's Hong Lu. Yeah, it's Hong Lu. Yellow. I'll just have to keep you going.
Rather than yellow, you have the resources for it.
Which is really good.
권위에 도전하는가?
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다. 칼날이 잘 드네요.
Kind of funny that they played the retro song for this fight.
이거네. 보이셨다면 아직 묻지.
손들지 마! 이 동굴을 번뇌하지 마. 그게 도는 거야.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
너무 강한 공격이었어요.
What the?
문제 없었으면 좋겠는데요.
Oh, fuck. Spoilers, please.
나아가주게.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다. 적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 거의 손방망이인데?
But you don't regret getting that eagle?
No. Never.
Where did it come from?
It was the last battle pass.
웃음이
That was
새지.
Dom's
Crazy.
battle pass, yeah.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게
Oh
간파했습니다.
boy, here comes the fun part.
제 예상만큼 관리자님의
권위에
능력이
도전하는가?
우선적으로 증명되는 것 같아.
A
다행이군요.
bondage.
직원들이 우수한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을
Seems-
집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
고귀하게
저 개체에게 특별히 준 것 같아.
Oh boy.
교육진의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
There was a
Yeah,
way
like,
그
huh?
인간도 이건 인정할 걸.
no.
Oh, see, electric sheep.
Oh, fucking hell.
Did we get to fight the electric sheep yet?
This is unclashable. Come back.
Or is this the first time we fight the electric sheep?
This isn't the first time. We fought him a long time ago.
I don't remember.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
What's the gimmick?
Unplug it.
Oh, I think I remember it now.
비효율적인 공격이었고
Plugged in to the city kind of ordeal.
보안이 개체에 관한 기록을 제대로 펼쳐보지도 않은 직원이 있는 듯
Hearing Heathcliff's music was kind of scary. Yeah, this thing.
최고의
We have
혈관
to
하나만 남아있다면
kill this thing.
생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
Fluffy, 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 fluffy.
거기구나.
산초류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
승리를 위해서라면
Doesn't seem like it's taking any damage though, so I don't quite remember the fight.
나비의 날개라
Oh,
해도
Yisung just died.
벗어날
인력의 손실이
그렇군요.
발생했습니다.
수 있지.
실책을 따지기엔 상황이 좋지 않으니 서둘러 가보죠.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
이미
Oh, I think I remember. We have to plug it in. Yeah, we have to plug in the sheep and make it overstimulated kind of ordeal. I forgot about that.
약점을
We
잘
have to
노리셨습니다.
overstimulate the sheep.
이제 해결사의 종수법도 익숙해지셨네요.
I think I remember that's what it is or something like that. We have to plug it in, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Is that one of your other characters supposed to have a plug?
Yeah, that's what it's plugged in right now. Like you see the other cable right here, this black one. It's linked to I think Otis right now. So yeah, Otis needs to attack the sheep.
Yeah.
and win the clash.
I remember that.
Not a hard boss, just a little tricky.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
저놈을 추적해.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 승리로 이끌 더 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
총원 불격.
다류산 표평열 80 갈라지도록.
Yeah, Dawn just got plugged in now.
승리를 위해서라면
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
다소 유리하구려.
Now we gotta beat up the sheep. Bam, bam.
그렇지.
죄인인가?
이 작살에 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수
무기를
있도록.
만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
I don't remember how to plug it in. I didn't plug in the fucking sheep.
Check the buff when the person is attached to it.
When a unit under this effects wins. Oh, grounding refusal. Okay, I need to find grounding refusal. Which I don't see right now. Beep beep beep.
Not to beeping.
죄인인가? 이미 도달했다.
산초류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
And the sheep will die soon.
There you go.
나쁜 여야.
A paraphrasing.
네 발목을 잘라버리는. 객체를 구성하고 있는 부위 중 하나가 파괴되었습니다.
Nice.
이 틈을 파고들어도 좋을 것 같군.
Fuck you,
당신을
sheep.
인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터 시작이 됐어.
What crispy fried sheep coming up?
Crispy sheepy. Sheeple, sacrifice the sheepy.
I like sheep so much though.
The parallel superposition mode. There's a 6th floor.
I think that's the thing you clicked on.
Parallel superposition Limbus. What is this?
Regret or no regret?
That was pain. I don't feel like it.
Just answer. Okay. So what was it? You didn't say?
It's a super hard mode. Like a super hard mode.
Okay.
It's harder than what we normally go through.
Wait, do you get all 3 rewards from just paying more stamina?
Yep. And I don't have to do this week. I don't have to do this again, essentially.
I see.
I can just do this for the week, and then I'm done for the week.
꺼질 줄 모르는 고해소의 불빛. 재단실의 미싱 소리. 퍼레이드 연습실의 땅 울림. 더는 두고 볼 수 없어.
Nice. Nice.
Resources.
We like resources here. Yay! Easy battle pass. Clear. Alright, I think we're done here for now. We'll come back and do the, we've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Jesus Christmas. Alright.
Yeah. How wild. Yeah, very wild.
That was very, very wild. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I think I'll come back and then do... Because I forgot about this story that I haven't done. Because I'm very behind in the game.
Apparently so.
No, I'm very behind. We have another story to do, so I will do that on... either... I'll probably do it Friday. I'll stream again around the same time I streamed before, because, I don't know, waking up and then just jumping into streams.
Earl King Bandit 0021, welcome to Heaven's Nebula. Yo, welcome.
Because, like,
I
don't know, it felt, like, way more fun to, like, wake up. I feel motivated. I feel, like, really high energy. Not tired. So, I don't know, that helped. I think that helped a lot. I think that helped being awake. Because by the time I streamed, because, like, I used to stream at, like, well, I tried, well, it's my normal time, but, like, I'm deciding to try new time zones because I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting really tired when it hits like 9 o'clock. So I thought I would try new time today. Because sometimes I stream around this time when I know like I'm gonna be busy in the evening, but lately I've been getting really tired in the evening, so yeah, today felt really good. Today felt thumbs up. So we're probably gonna be streaming around this time from now on. Oh god, my frames are dropping. What is happening?
What's that?
Yeah. Am I still being picked up on my stream? Looks like I am. But yeah, if you want to join the Discord, there's the Discord link. You will get all the notifications about when I'm streaming, when I'm what I'm doing, stuff like that. And also there's community nights, which we are doing again. So yeah. Pat. No, you're awesome, Radish. Also, another really fun thing I'm going to talk about is Omoneko. If you really want to try a new visual novel, it is free to play. It reconstructs the catgirl trope, and some of the writers were Katawa Shoujo devs. So if you want to check out a really cool visual novel about catgirls, Shimi, Pepper, and Claudia, make sure to check out Omoneko. And Omoneko is on Steam. Ichito and Jarst. I gotta write down a note for that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching today. I hope you all had fun. I hope it was fun reading story and catching up with me and watching me catch up on story. I love the story. I think it's been great. And it just keeps stressing the idea of Virgilius. It keeps stressing that Virgilius is a blood fiend, because somehow all of a sudden he shows up out of frickin' nowhere when, you know, our girl is all of a sudden going fucking batshit crazy. And, like, I know it's his job to, like, keep an eye on us, but he's not supposed to be involved in our affairs. Like, that's our responsibility, and he keeps getting himself in trouble for it. But he didn't get in trouble today, which was kind of, like, a relief. So that made me really happy. Well, yeah, 6 hours. That's crazy. We got 6 hours today.
Yeah.
So what did you all think of the story today? Did you enjoy it? Did you have fun? Do you have any theories? If you have theories, make sure to leave a comment on if you're on YouTube and rewatching this, and if you're not, it was wild.
Always is.
Yeah, I love the story. I think the story's wild for sure. I'm excited to see the back streets though. I'm kind of excited for the next chapter because I was just coming back into Limbus Company when I saw the sweeper chapter and I was like, fuck, and I missed it. And I'm now back into it, like, completely, because, like, the new chapter, and I was like, oh, I need to catch up, and I have to do railroad. The back streets are dangerous? Nah. It's okay. I lived there my whole life. It's okay. Now we live in a happy nest. We're very strong. Never get out of the streets at midnight. Never go on the streets at midnight, you mean? But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm really excited for the next chapter because the nefarious 7/7 coin clash trash disposal. Oh my gosh! In Library of Runia, that was one of my favorite sets. Was the sweeper set. I thought it was really fucking broken. I thought they were broken, but that's just my personal opinion. My other favorite set was the super, like, lucky set kind of thing. It was like a katana set. I don't know, that was one of my favorite sets in Limbus Company. Or not Limbus Company, Library of Runia. Bamboo Kim. No, it wasn't Bamboo Kim. She was I think it was she. They were like a I'm just gonna say them because I don't remember the pronouns. But the character was like super injured, so they were a super nerfed character, but they were supposed to be like one of the best. It's one of the best like early skins that you could get. Alright, so let me see who we can raid. Ooh, Alien Mixture is playing Coffin of Andy and Lele. Let's go raid Alien.
Sounds about right.
They're in the spot where we ended, and we gotta pick back up on. They're like right around there. So I feel like that's a good person to raid. Alien Mixture's really sweet. Go say hi to her. Spread the love. She's a very sweet and amazing alien. I've known her since, like, we're not friends, but we're like moots. Like, kinda moots. But like, she's super nice. She's super sweet. Make sure to go say hi. She's doing a collab. I think this will be a really funny raid message. Dragon raids murderous twins. So that's the raid message. If you're not subscribed, use the one with the hearts, and if you are subscribed, use the one with the peak. Thank you guys so much for all watching, and I hope to see you all again soon. We'll stream Limbus Company again Friday, I think, so I can have time to recharge my Eckyphallon, because I don't think it'll be fully recharged by tomorrow. But yeah, alright. I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye. Have a good one.